Very pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the casino at Dania Beach. And this afternoon's Sunday afternoon performance, scheduled for 9 games this afternoon. Spectacular 7 scoring on 6 of the 9 games. We also have 3 superfecta games played with spectacular 9 scoring. Each game will feature wagering on win, place, show, quinella, exacta, and trifecta. A few other additional wagers. The superfecta that I mentioned will be played in games 4, 7, and 9. Those 3 games played with spectacular 9, all others with spec 7. We also have 2 pick 3s. The first one starting in game number 3, played in games 3, 4, and 5. Get those bets in before the start of the third. And the late pick 3 is games 6, 7, and 8. Get those bets in before the start of game 6. We also have 2 daily doubles. The first one right here in games 1 and 2. And we have a late daily double later on, games 8 and 9. At this time, there are no changes in this afternoon's official program, so start making your selections. Get to the windows in each betting period. Please do not wait to the last second. Take that chance of getting shut out. First game starts now in 15 minutes. Good luck to everyone this afternoon, and thanks for being here at the casino at Dania Beach. And hey, Highlight fans, it's Big Dave Lemon, and welcome you to this afternoon's performance. We got about 10 minutes to go before the start of the first game, and we will do some commentary throughout the day today. Had a lot of fun last Sunday when I was here, and of course, Dave Lamont doing a great job throughout the season, discussing things with Benny. Of course, you know, when you do that many nights, you can run out of things to say, but send us a few questions on the chat, and we'll try to work in some of your thoughts and ideas about how things work here at Dania Alai. A lot of things going on, obviously, in the sport of highlight with Magic City getting ready to open and a lot of political things. The casino was sold, Magic City was sold, but they still will have highlight, at least for the near future. We know that for sure, and maybe some other things different. Benny, before we get started, but along those lines, you stay on top of the highlight world. What do you hear about the Edgewater project, as they call it, and maybe Magic City opening down the road, a highlight fronton in Miami?
Well, you know, there's a lot that goes into all of the things that are happening with Magic City because, I mean, again, I'm not very, very close to the fire, but I talk to some people and I hear some things, and what I have heard thus far is that yes, the casino has been sold. It hasn't finalized. The sale hasn't finalized. They have a buyer for it. Something with the Seminole Indians trying to put a stop to it, and they're trying to get around that. But they definitely have somebody that wants to buy it. They're keeping the license, the highlight license, or at least one of the highlight license. They have a couple of them. They're also keeping the Bonita Springs property, which used to be their dog track, and now is a very nice simulcast and poker room. And yeah, the Edgewater thing is still on the table, but I don't think it's on the forefront like it used to be. It was something that they were kind of moving forward with, and they had some issues with the local government there that were kind of, you know, the no casinos and groups like that. But they were able to kind of find a common ground where they won't build a casino there, but they will have a poker room and simulcasting and highlight, hopefully. From what I heard about a year and a half ago when they were talking more about it is that it's not going to be just a standalone highlight or poker room or a facility like that. It's going to be more like a city center where they have restaurants and bars and maybe a comedy club, and there's going to be highlight in there. Now, you know, don't quote me on that because things change, but they're not the only ones involved in the property. There's other contractors, other investors, and other entities involved in that. So, you know, that I don't want to say that it's halted, but it's not really moving as quickly or as fast as it used to be.
Of course, a lot of it's all rumor and speculation, but you're a little closer to it than some of our other people, so I just want to see what you thought about that. But more importantly, casino at Dania Beach, the future. We got a week to go. That's the you got to get through that. I know.
Yes.
I know that's your focus right now.
Yeah.
But again, last year you had the special tournament in the spring, and I guess that's not out of the question. We'll have to see what happens with that. And you do have dates, as you mentioned last week, that you're going to be back next December.
Yes, we're definitely right now. I could freely say that we are committed to December and January of next year. Alongside of that, we're gonna, you know, obviously not we, but numbers will be crunched. Everything will be analyzed. From everything that I'm seeing, you know, everything's been positive. The numbers have been pretty good. We set a benchmark for per performance expectations, and we've met and in some cases exceeded those expectations. The handles have been really good. The last couple of days, the in-house handle has been very, very good, which is helpful. So yeah, everything looks positive. Everything looks like there shouldn't be anything to stop us from playing next year. And as far as like the Battle of the Palace, that was, you know, again, like everything else, it was a tester to see, you know, if it was feasible to keep doing it and maybe make it an annual event. A lot of expenses and very little revenue, which is contrary to what the company wants. So we may not do that. There was a budget set for that. And, you know, it's my task now to find either a better use of that budget or that money that's budgeted for the spring tournament, or say, okay, we want to do something similar to that, but maybe go to the state and say that we want to have, you know, wagering on it.
Well, obviously, there's places around the country that you hear rumors about people wanting to do things with Alai.
Yes.
But I look at this season as such a huge accomplishment for the sport to keep it hanging on for sure.
Yeah.
Magic City doing a great job. Interesting court. It's small court Alai, and it's not for everybody. We know that.
Right.
But here you were able to come out to the big court, the crack of the ball against the wall, and pull it off for a 2-month season with brand new players. Just a tremendous job.
Right. Well, there's a lot of things that go on behind the scenes as far as making this happen, and we mentioned a little bit of how we were able to get so many debutantes to come here and play, and it wasn't easy. And alongside of that, people are saying, well, you should bring it back 6 months or a year long. But the problem with doing that is that a lot of these players are not going to be available all year long. I was talking with LeDouche, which is probably one of the top players that came from over there. And, he was going to play this year in the Winter Series, but he had already committed to us here. So that's why he, really in the 11th hour, decided to come and fulfill his commitment here at Dania. But, I mean, it was, minutes away from him calling me up and saying, hey, look, I am in this tournament over here, so I'm going to stay and play the Winter Series. And that's not the only case. There's other cases where some of these guys, they work, they have full-time jobs over there. They were able to get a leave of absence to come here for 2 months. Most of the players, if not all of them, that came from overseas had never had this experience. So it was something that was burning inside of them, like, I need to go do this. I need to go try. And it worked out good for both of us, for us, for the company, for the fans, and also for the players, because they've been making the best of their time here. The 2 months, it's not a long time. As a matter of fact, last night a couple guys kept saying, man, I can't believe it's ending next week, and so it's a short period, and it's good. And I think that the fans enjoyed it, and I think that they came out as they did because it's such a short period. So that makes the company look at it as like maybe going longer is not really better.
Yeah, that's always been my philosophy. The sport of Alai actually started its decline way before the strike because they added the summer season at Miami. It was always a special thing, Christmas to the end of April, and then when everybody came back, there was just huge excitement.
Yes.
But when you go all year long, and it's not only the players, it's really tough on their bodies, but the fans get tapped out, let's face it.
Yeah. Well, we've all said it. You and I have talked about it a dozen times, how it watered down. And it's really, again, I'm not really very interested in the financial side of the sport or the game, but I am in tune with it now because I have to be, and I have to be a part of these meetings that we talk about. But there's the philosophy, and this goes way back. This goes before I was here. The philosophy that each fan has X amount of dollars to bet, whether it be per game, per day, per month, per year. And that doesn't really change much. So yes, if you play 2 months, they're going to spend, let's just throw a number, $1,000. But if you play 6 months, they're still going to bet $1,000. So the philosophy of playing 12 games versus 9, where, if somebody wins a trifecta in game 9, they'll stay for game 10, 11, and 12. But if somebody's tapped out in game 6, they may just go home. So, it's been analyzed back and forth, and we've talked about it a dozen times. The formula that has been created for Alai, not today, but 5 years ago, was a formula that was created over years and years of trial and error. 12 games, 40 players, X amount of superfectas, X amount of daily doubles. All of that has been tried and retried, and there was a formula in the end, and that's what we tried to capture. Unfortunately, that formula is very expensive to keep up for 6, 8, 10 months. And, it comes down to a decision of the company. It's like, okay, in these 2 months, we may lose a little bit of money. Throw another number. Let's say $10,000 that we lose. I'm okay with that. I'm all right with having Alai and losing $10,000. What I'm not okay is, playing a year round and losing $900,000.
Okay, the players are headed off the court from their practice. We're getting ready to start. We'll start it out with the national anthem momentarily. One of the things to think about, Benny, later on that I want to talk about is you mentioned the guys shocked that it's over so quickly. I want to discuss their adjustment to coming to the U.S. because many of them very first time.
Absolutely.
Okay, we'll get to that. We're going to get underway here very shortly. Join us in between games. We'll have some questions from viewers, and we'll also come up with a few things that we didn't get to cover last week. We'll talk to you after the first game. And we are set to go, ladies and gentlemen. We want to start off, though, however, with the playing of our national anthem. Could you please rise for the anthem? Game one this afternoon, the first of 9 singles match, spectacular 7 scoring, starting the daily double this afternoon. Serving and wearing red in post 1 will be Uresti, receiving in blue post 2, Urrutia. There's the serve. The first game is on. There's a change of pace, Tejada by Urrutia, and it scores point 2. Wearing white in post 3 is Aaron. Chick-Jack winner by Urrutia, point 2. Wearing the green shirt, post 4, here's Vicente. Scooped on the backhand, Vicente. Up the sidewall, and nice catch there by Urrutia. Big bounce in the carom, and it's into the screen for a winner. Point to the 4. Wearing the black shirt at post 5, here's Benatrice. There's a long Tejada from the wood. And getting there in time and making the play is Benatrice. Now all the way back to the 10 line, and the rebote made by Benatrice. Keep the point alive. Vicente, chick-chack winner, point to the 4. Big bounce on the inside of the court, scored for the 4. Point 4. That is 4 straight now for post 4. Vicente completing the first round of play and wearing purple. Post 8 is Mandiola. There's a 2-wall winner by Vicente. It's point to the 4. So 5 straight points now. It's now possible game point for Vicente in post 4. He'll serve to Ureste. Post 1, points are double. Possible game point for post 4. And that falls just short, hits the choppa. Good try though by Vicente. 1 will take the double. One serving to 3. That is Aaron. Check winner, point 3. Three serving to 2, that is Urrutia. That comes off the back wall. Point of the 2. And 2 serving to 5, Benatrice. That clips the sidewall, but it lands on the wood. It's point to the 2. That's 6 now for Urrutia in post 2. Trying to stop him will be Echeverry, post 6. Again, it clips the sidewall. This time it stays on the court. And that carom is out of play into the pad. Point and game to post 2. Four will finish second, and this will be a playoff for show. 1 serving to 3. This will complete the trifecta. 1 serving to 3. It is his show point. That is an overserve. Point and show, post 3. Two, 4, 3, your order finish here in this afternoon's first game. Winning game number 1, post 2, Urrutia. Finishing second, post 4, Vicente. Coming in third, 3, Aaron. Quinella 2-4. Zach to 2-4, trifecta 2-4 and 3, and your prices are up for game 1. 2-4 Quinella returning $18.60, 2-4 exacta $43.60, 2-4-3 trifecta $248. Game 2. Game number 2 is up next. It is a spectacular 7 doubles match played to 7 points. It completes the early daily double. Make your selections, place your bets now. Post time for the second game. We'll be in 6 minutes. Well, we're back here at Dania Alai, casino at Dania Beach this afternoon for a Sunday afternoon performance. Dave Lemon, Benny Bueno, and we thank you for being with us and tuning in to some of our thoughts we like to pass along to you. I know there are a lot of questions out there, so send them in. We'll try to get to what we can. One of the fun things, Benny, has been people showing up for a short season. They had to get ready around Christmas holidays, and although they had plenty of things to do at home, I'm sure, they had to get to Highline and see this live highlight, and you've talked about a couple of guys that were here.
Yeah, you know, I said it earlier. Last week I said it with Dave. It warms my heart to see that people are actually making travel plans and coming down. I mean, hey, they're coming down from the cold weather and the snow, so, you know, but coming down to Alai, it gives them an added incentive to leave their cold weather to come down to Florida. But, yeah, I ran into a couple people that you know, most people would know from either from Tiger Chalk Talk or maybe the chat room. Had Ron D that he posts a lot of positive things on Tiger's site, and Bennett, which I don't know for what reason call him Bennett, but I got to meet him, and it's somebody that you and I talked about many times about, you know, a lot of his interesting posts and things that he posts about. So I just by chance, he was here all weekend, I believe, and I was walking back to my office after being up here with Dave Lamont, that is. And when I was walking, I heard my name and turned around. It was him, and he was here with his girlfriend. And I just wanted to say thank you to him because he gave me a very, very nice gift, which was not necessary, but it was definitely appreciated. He gave me a very nice plaque or a little frame that had a commemorative 1978 coin collection from Miami Highlight. It had players like Joey, Uriarte, Mark Hoyda. These are all guys that I grew up watching when I was a teenager, when I was, you know, in the North Miami school. Definitely guys that I enjoyed watch play when I was the ball boy. And I just wanted to say thank you to Bennett for that.
Well, actually, he was a ball boy himself, so one of the truly knowledgeable guys out there in the highlight stratosphere, I guess you might say.
Yeah.
He's a guy that always has some pretty thoughtful discussions about things happening in the sport. Some people think they really know the game. They don't really know it so well, but we can always count on him for some great information. We appreciate him taking the time to come down here. Ron D, you talked about too.
Yes.
The great thing about talking to those two guys is there's someone who watches the highlight on YouTube all the time.
Right.
The people here, you get their responses to what's happening here, but it's nice to get a different feel of what's happening from there.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is I walk the crowd and I meet people that, are here either on vacation or just the regulars, and we sit and talk for a few minutes. But, it's always nice to see the person that comes for a couple of days even, that only watches it on the internet or on, one of the simulcast sites, because you really only get one dimension when you watch it through the wire. You don't get to see everything that's happening on the court. You don't get the live sound. You don't you miss out on a little bit when you're watching at home or watching it on YouTube. But even still, at least they have the capability of watching it from afar. So it's nice to see people that come in and watch the live games. And again, as always, I thank them for their support.
Well, if you're out there thinking, boy, I'm jealous of those guys, there's a lot of reasons to be jealous. We've been having just tremendous weather down here in South Florida. We had our cold snap where it got actually in the high 30s out in the western part of Broward County. But this last week has just been incredible. No rain, just, tropical breezes. Incredible to be here in South Florida. So you got another week. Make your plans. And now that the airline crisis seems to be over for now, jump on a plane and come down here for the final weekend.
Yeah, and someone's saying here that they can't travel anymore, too many medical issues. I totally understand that. I get that. And that's part of me saying, hey, look, I'm glad people could just watch from home. You'd be surprised. And Dave and I were talking about this Thursday night after the performance. We went from about 600 viewers or subscribers on YouTube to just under 1,000 viewers right now, or subscribers. Obviously, I think that you could watch without subscribing. It's nice that you subscribe. It gives our channel a little bit of a boost. But a lot of these people that have joined in for this 2-month tournament, they're in Spain, they're in France, they're in California, they're in Mexico. They can't come watch it live either. To me, I've always said it's kind of a blessing and a curse, because I grew up in the years where you had to go to the Fronton. It wasn't even simulcast when I started playing. So if you wanted to watch highlight, you had to show up to watch it live. You didn't have any other options. So I kind of look at it like those were the good days, because you had 5,000 people in the audience. But now we're averaging just over 1,000 views on all of our performances, and not simultaneously, not at one time, but just when you look back on them, people are probably watching on demand and things like that. So it's good that we're playing good highlight and people are getting to see it, because I could say that there was a period there where some really good highlight was being played and nobody was seeing it. So it's kind of like, if that saying, if a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it, does it really happen?
Exactly. We're getting ready to start game 2. Check us out all afternoon long. We will answer some of your questions. We're going to get to the tournament, obviously, the competition here that's going on, which comes up to its semifinals this week. So a lot of things to talk about there as well. We'll be back after this game, and thanks for being with us today. We're passing the 100 mark for views today, and I'm sure it will get up much higher than that. Thanks for being with us, and we'll be back. Game 2 is doubles. It's spectacular 7 scoring. Serving and wearing red in post 1 will be Urrutia and Laborde. Receiving in blue post 2, Goenaga and Dania. Here's the serve. The game is on. Serve caught by Goenaga, and he drops in a Dejado winner. Point to post 2. Wearing the white shirts, post 3. Here's Uresti and Atine. And that pops out of the cesta. 3 is on the board. 3 now serving to post 4, wearing the green shirts, who make that Iturbide and Mendiola. Underserve, point to the 4. 4 now serving to the 5 team. They wear the black shirts. It's Echeverry and Portet. Tipped in the back corner, point to the 4. 4 serving to the 6 team. They wear gold. It is Aaron and Urbieta. Reverse center of the court moving in. Urbieta hammers the carom. Catch on the outside, and that was 2 bounces before he was able to make the catch. Point to the 6. Six serving to 7 in the brown shirts. That's Benatrice and Bailo. Now moving in is Bailo to take it on the reverse. Going for the scoop is Urbieta, but it's off his cesta. Point 7. Completing round 1, wearing purple, post 8. Vicente and Arta. And a sidearm carom by Vicente scores. It's point to the point to the 8. Low, hard reverse to the inside of the court scores. It's point 1. Point two. So 2 has 3 points, and they'll serve now to the 3 team, Uresti and Atan. Cortada to the inside. It's caught on the backhand. Point of the 2. Catch on the backhand. Nice play there. Moving up to take a forehand is Portet. And that spins out of the cesta of Daniel in the back corner. Point of the 5. And that's holding ruled on Mandiola. Scored for the 5. Forehand, Rebote sails too high, out of play, hits the overhead screen. It is point 5. And 6 points now for the 5 team of Echeverri and Portet. Possible game point, and they will serve to post 7. That's Benatrice and Bailo. Excellent cortada by Echeverri, scores. It's point in game to post 5. 2 will take second, and this will be show point 1 serving to 4 for show. Show point 1 serving to 4. Point and show, post 4. Winning game 2, post 5, Echeberry and Portet finishing second to 2 team. Goenaga and Daniel coming in third to 4, Iturbide and Mandiola. Prices posted now, 2-5 Quinella 47.20, 5-2 Exacta 82.40, 5-2-4 Trifecta $259.20. Daily double 2 and 5 is 149.40. Game number 3 is up next. It starts this afternoon's early pick 3. Spectacular 7 scoring in game 3, and it gets underway in 6 minutes. And welcome back to our commentary in between games here on a Sunday afternoon here at the Casino Dania Beach. Big Dave Lemon along with Benny Bueno. And I do want to get right to the tournament because I'm sure people that joined us a little bit late maybe would like to input on some of the stuff that we talked about, but maybe we'll get back to some of that later about the future of the sport and that sort of thing. If you missed it, we will talk about several different things this afternoon. But we're looking at the Dania Beach Invitational, which is basically the backbone of this season. They came up with this idea that you would play qualifying games back in December, move on to Partido action, which everybody loves Partidos. Not all the time, but and it really doesn't facilitate betting too well. But it's been a success because people like to see the competition.
Yes, and also when we were sitting around kind of brainstorming about what can we do a little bit different, the pari-mutuel games and the Quinella games, we do that all the time. And I had a couple of ideas that they're not really conventional ideas in the sense of how we can compete. I know we're going to get to the bracket now and talk about some of the games that passed, but one of my ideas was to have 2 separate teams playing against each other with 6 players on each team, 3 front quarters and 3 back quarters, and a coach. And then play like a 25-point match where the coach would strategize on the matchups during the game, very much like basketball, very much like a soccer match, and make substitutions throughout the game. So a little bit of different sports and maybe have like a game clock, not only for the play itself but also for between points. Let's just say we do the instant replay, so I know we have roughly like 8 to 10 seconds between points, but let's say that a player has to serve within 10 seconds or 12 seconds, meaning that they win the point, they need to rush back and serve, or else just things like that. So a little complicated. How do we do it? Can they bet on it? There was a lot of questions that were unanswered, so we kind of put it on the back burner and went with the traditional partidos.
Yeah, it's nice to speed the game up a little bit, but I guess that could work overboard if they got too tired from running back to serve.
That's kind of a little bit of the theory behind it is that so if a guy wins 3 points in a row and gets too tired to run back and continue, the coach could take him out and put in a substitute off the bench. So it's maybe a concept that we try out on another occasion, like offline, not during one of the performances. This was tried already. We knew that a partido, you have win bet, even though it's win betting only. And some people in the chat room had some great ideas about making this tournament part of a daily double or a pick three. So at least you had a little more skin in the game. I just don't know if, since there's only 2 teams, if the state would allow it. There's, again, every time you ask a question, more questions come up.
Yeah, no question about it. You have kind of a regular format here. There was no double elimination or anything like that because you just had a limited amount of time. But I'm guessing this is kind of like seeds 1 through 8, and one started off the favorites, Zuleika and Mansi. Got a really tough match in the opener against Echeverry and Portet.
Yeah, that was, that's the one that everybody remembers. Echeverry and Portet, they played really good. Portet was coming off of a little strain on his bicep, so he was kind of nursing it during the games and the games before that week. But they played really well. And Echeverry, I think, was kind of the star of the show until they tied it up 14-14, and then he underserved. Very disappointing. I mean, you can't blame the guy. People serve bad. If he would have underserved at 3 points, nobody would have even noticed. But it was 14-14, so it just magnified it. But that was a tough match, and it gave Zuleika and Mansi, the number 1 seed, the opportunity to move over.
And you had 2 15-14 games in the opening round, which is always pretty dramatic in Alai.
Yeah, it's we had 2 games that went to the very last possible point, and then we had a couple of other games that weren't really expected to go the way they did. But people want to call it a blowout. But for example, the third match, Leduc and Atine, Benetrix and Urbieta played very, very well. They were outmatched, in the sense of point totals, but they made some great plays, and Benetrix made some really nice saves and some nice 2 walls, and the points that they scored were very well played. Unfortunately, Leduc came out really strong, and Atine the second also helped put his partner in position to score.
The 2 next round matches were not close as far as final score goes. I don't know. I didn't get to see them, so there may have been competitive while still being not close score-wise. But Zuleika and Mansi eliminated by the veteran Iturbide and his young partner Oyonard.
Yeah, well, anybody that watched that match, and even Dave and I up here, we were kind of making our selections throughout the whole thing, and everybody, I guess, more so thought that the final was going to be Zuleika Mansi against Leduc and Atine the second. However, you can't discount these other players. This is not a competition where everybody is so much better than the next team. Even when we were in the month of December and the elimination or the qualification rounds, we were saying that anybody could get in here and win this tournament. Even the 8th seed could sneak in and surprise people as they're doing and as they did and make it to the final match.
Well, I want to talk more about Leduc Atine getting eliminated in their second round match. We'll come back and talk about that a little bit more, but sets up an interesting final that nobody expected.
Yeah, and it also has a very interesting 3rd and 4th place match on Thursday night as well. So we'll talk about that.
With 2 teams that were favored, so we'll talk about that. We'll have some fun with that one when we come back. Game 3 coming up. It starts the pick 3 this afternoon. Game 3 is a doubles match. Spectacular 7 starting to pick 3. Serving and wearing red, post 1. Vicente and Bailo receiving in blue, post 2. Aaron and Mendiola. Game is on. Point of 2. 2 serving to post 3, wearing the white shirts, Etcheberry and Laborde. And that one's out of play. Score for the 3. Three serving to the 4, wearing green, Uresti and Dania. And reaching up and tipping it in the front court was Uresti. 3 will take the point. Wearing black in post 5, Urrutia and Arta. On the inside, scores. Point of 5. One of 6. Six serving now to post 7, wearing brown, Iturbide and Portet. The sidearm carom on the rebote by Iturbide, scored for the 7. Post 8 in purple, completing round 1. It is Beatriz and Urbieta. Ripping the 2-wall is Beatriz. Point to the 8. Eight serving to 1. Vicente and Bailo. Well on. There's a huge bounce off the back while it comes and scores. Point one. This one will come back out off the back wall. Rebote made there by Uresti. Here's a picada pulled down in the back corner by Dania. And that was juggling. It came out of the cesta in the backcourt of Dania. Point to the 1. One team now with 6. Possible game point for Vicente and Bailo. They'll serve to post 3. Echeberry and Laborde. That is an overserve. Point 3. Catch by Arta. Now a leaping catch in the front court this time by Echeberry. Hook too low into the pad. Score for the 5. Big bounce over the head of the leaping Atine. Score it for the 5 team. And that gives the 5 points now. Possible game point. Urrutia and Arta trying to stop them will be post 7. Iturbide and Portet. Backhand catch. Excellent play there by Portet. And Iturbide pulls it down over the shoulder. Open remate by Iturbide. Point of the 7. Seven now serving to 8. Benatrice and Urbieta. Iturbide drives from the 7 line. And the backhand catch there. Urbieta hangs tough in the backcourt. Over the top with a forehand with a big bounce. Portet has it on the reverse. Center of the court now. Short hop pickup in the front court by Benatrice. Cutting over to grab it is Iturbide. Urbieta drives the right side. Benatrice low and hard to the inside. Point 8. Here is the 2 team now. Aaron and Mandiola. And that is an overserve. 2 gets the point. 2 now serving to 4. That is Uresti and Danel. There's a carom off the serve by Uresti. Point the 4. Big bounce in the back corner, scores. It is point and game to post 1, Vicente and Bailo. And post 5 will take second. 3 will finish third. Winning game number 3, post 1. Vicente and Bailo finishing second to 5. Urrutia and Arta coming in third, post 3. Echeverri and Laborde. Quinella 1-5, Exacta 1-5, and the trifecta 1-5 and 3. And here come your prices, zooming onto the screen. The 1-5 Quinella returning $48.60. The 1-5 Exacta $115.60, and your trifecta 153 is $197.60. First number of the early pick 3 is the number 1. Game number 4 is up next. Our first Superfecta game of the afternoon. Spectacular 9 scoring in a doubles match. Played to 9 points. Points doubling after round 1. Post time is in 7 minutes. Okay, we are back. Big Dave and Benny. A little more discussion here on the tournament, the Dania Beach Invitational. And we kind of left off with the second round games where we had a surprise with Iturbide beating Zuleika and Oyonard beating Zuleika and Mansi. Probably a bit of a surprise even to you, Benny, but you said at one point Iturbide, who was playing tremendous, ran off 9 straight points.
Yeah, again, we at the beginning we made our predictions, and outside of here, a lot of of my good friends and a lot of people that we've met over the years, they listen to the broadcast, and they, it's like they ask me, well, why do you want this guy to lose? It's not that I want him to lose. It's just when you ask me, should Zuleika and Mansi beat Iturbide and Oyonard, I would say yes. I mean, but anybody could win. And I did say, not to cover myself, but in an honest statement, that if Iturbide gets hot, he's dangerous. I've seen him play that game. I when I met him in 2012, he won the world championship, the gold medal with, I think his partner was Bailo in that match. They beat Team France to win the gold medal. And I saw the way that he goes on a roll, he gets aggressive, he scores points. And even in that game just now, he threw a 2-wall costado that was outstanding, and that's his game. And so, yes, if he's on his game, it's a tough match for Zuleika. And that's exactly what happened.
And if you just go by the stats, Zuleika has the most wins on the roster. Mansi is third. So
right.
Yeah.
And again, like I said to Dave, that's why everybody, including myself and Dave, took Zuleika and Mansi, because they're the number 1 seed. They played very well in the month of December. And then when they came out in that first partido, even though they took it to 14-14 and then won 15-14, they played very well as a team. So, yeah, they created they made themselves the favorite by being the number 1 seed and playing well together.
The other quarterfinal match was between Leduc and Atine, who many thought were going to win that one, but they were upset by Urrutia and Mandiola. Leduc probably the most experienced player from the young people that came from Europe this year.
Yes.
Everybody knew who he was. He played in a lot of big partidos. Not related to Manu Leduc, who plays over in Magic City now, but a great player and a good front court star. Of course, Atine, one of the up-and-comers. But as you said, he's young, and he made mistakes in that match.
Yeah, for me, I would just say that team, again, the number 3 seed, there was a lot of expectation from them, and they just never got on a roll. I mentioned to you off the air that it's okay in a partido to miss a ball or two. It's just the timing of when you miss them. And, he just happened to miss a couple of balls at the wrong time because they were just trying. They were winning, I believe it was 4-, I don't remember what the score, but they were leading at the beginning, and they were starting to get on a roll. And then he drops the ball, and it's just the wrong time, and then the other team takes advantage of that. that. And again, the wild card here was Urrutia because everybody said that he's a dangerous player and he plays well. And he showed it. He went for almost all of the serves. He threw a half dozen costados. He was the difference. Mandiola played great, played aggressive, but just played his game. You know, he did what a backcourter does, just stay back and play, keep the point alive. So, yeah, I would just say that Leduc and Atai II just never got on a roll. They were never able to, put a run together to make it a little bit closer or even win the match.
Well, with that win, Urrutia and Mandiola will be in the final and take on Iturbide and Oyarnar. That is on Friday night this coming week in the 10th game at the end of the night.
Yes.
And I want to touch, first of all, on the other game, which is the two favorites that lost. So that will be a good match, too, as they're trying to redeem themselves on Thursday night.
Yeah, again, everybody, at least after the last match on Friday, everybody's been saying to me, no, the real final is on Thursday. Yeah, but it's for third and fourth place. There's still a lot on the line. Third place gets, they split $2,000, and fourth place, which is the loser of that match, will not get any prize money. So that is truly a winner-take-all match where the winner will have a prize and will get an award on Friday night, and the loser of that Thursday night match will not. So, it's not as important as getting first place, but it is important in the sense of that's where you are right now, and you need to make the best of that match.
Not even a participation trophy for the loser of that match?
Well, everybody gets a participation trophy these days. But I think. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's coming up on Thursday, but a little more thoughts on the final.
Yeah, the final is, again, when I step back from it all and take a look at it, I think that this final is going to probably be the better way of ending the tournament because these are two teams that scrapped. They got in it scrapping all of December, all of the first two matches that they played. They literally were, in a lot of people's mind, the underdogs, but they proved that they play very exciting. And they both won the same way. Urrutia going for serves, throwing costals, throwing inside, moving his opponent around, and Iturbide did the same thing. And then when you go to the backcourt, you have two very conventional backcourters. They're big, they're strong, they stay back. Oyarnar threw, I was saying during the game, he probably hit 170, 180 miles per hour on a couple of left sides that he threw. So he throws very hard. Mandiola is another typical Basque, big back, strong backcourt player. And I think it's going to be a very, very well-contested match. Yeah,
I look forward to that. Time-wise, if you're thinking about coming out, of course, we want you to come and watch all the games. But,
absolutely.
But if you do show up, you have dinner plans or something, and you want to come after dinner, plenty of time to come see the partidos, which I would guess kick off maybe around 10:30ish.
Yeah, and we got about 30 seconds here before we kick off this game, so I do want to mention, and I'll bring it up later on. Next week we're going to do a couple of things differently. I mean, they're going to be the same. Thursday is going to be just a regular pari-mutuel games and then the partidos. But on Friday we're going to have a little fan appreciation, some raffles, some giveaways, some drink specials. So we're going to have a roster presentation after Game 5 where all the players will come out. So we really would love for people to be here to show appreciation to all these players. And then after the partido, which is going to be Game 10 and probably will start around 11 o'clock, we're going to do a brief award ceremony to give first, second, and third prizes, and we'd like for people to stick around for that as well.
So make your plans, put it on your calendar. Thursday night, Friday night, partidos in the final game, and then the final day on Sunday. We'll talk more about that when we come back.
Yeah, and one last thing. I'm jotting down the questions because we get into our conversations. We go deep into our conversations, but I did jot down some of the questions, and we'll get to those as well.
Let's get to Game 4, our first Superfecta game of the afternoon. This is game 4 this afternoon, Superfecta game, played with spectacular 9 scoring, serving and wearing red in post 1, Goanaga and Oyenard, receiving in blue post 2, Lalu and Labor. First point goes to the 2. Wearing the white shirts of post 3, here's Urrutia and Mansi. Catching the serve, dropping in a Dejada is Urrutia, point 3. And 3 will serve to 4, wearing the green shirts, Echeberry and Bailo. Echeberry goes for the serve, but it pops out of his cesta. 3 will take the point. And that brings out the 5 team, wearing black, Vicente and Atine. And that is an overserve. Point to post 5. Five will serve now to the 6 team in the gold shirts, Iturbide and Portet. There's a Dejada to the inside, point 6. 6 will serve to post 7 in the brown shirts, Aaron and Mandiola. That one spins out of the cesta in the back corner and point to the 7. Post 8 in the purple shirts, Uresti and Danel. Right off the tip of the cesta. Score for the 7. Now, points are double. Don't forget it takes 9 to win this Superfecta game, and set to receive post 1, Goanaga and Doyenard. And that's off the cesta of Goenaga. And the first double point goes to the 7. 7 with 4. They'll serve to post 2. Lalu and Laborde. And a carom from the backcourt by Mandiola is a winner. Point 7. 7 will serve to the 4. Echeberry and Bilo. Cortana to the inside, scores, point of 7. And just like that, it's 8 points and possible game point for the 7 team of Aaron and Mandiola. Trying to stop them will be post 3, Urrutia and Mansi. Inside placement and moving up to get it is Mansi. You play the reverse into the back corner and it's pulled down there by Mandiola. Low shot, excellent catch in the front court by Aaron. And 3 gets the double. So that will keep the game alive, and 3 will now serve to post 5. Vicente and a time. And the outside ripper by Vicente will score, point 5. 5 serving to the 6 team, returning now, Iturbide and Portet. And that one jams Iturbide off the sidewall, score it for the 5. 5 teams serving out of post 8, Uresti and Danel. There's a Dehada moving in to get it. Zaresti moving into position now over near the sidewall now. Scooping on the backhand is Vicente. Moving to try to pick up the inside placement was Daniel, but he could not get there in time. Point of the 5. Possible game point for Vicente and a tie in post 5. The one team will try and stop them. It's Gonaga and Oyenard. Caught on the outside, the Cortada, and good positioning there by Oyenard. Scoop on the backhand by Vicente. Now Oyenard drills a carom, but it's on the wood. Caught too much of the sidewall and lands off the court. It's point of game, post 5. Post 7, finishing second. And the 3 team will take third. This is now quad point 2, serving to 6. This is quad point. And that is an overserve, point in quad, post 6. 5, 7, 3, 6 is your order finish here in the 4th. Winning game number 4, post 5, Vicente and Atan, finishing second to 17, Aaron and Mandiola. Coming in third, post 3, Urrutia and Mancian, finishing fourth, post 6, Iturbide and Portet. The Quinella 5-7, the Exacta 5-7, Trifecta 5-7-3, the Super 5-7, 3 and 6. And your prices, 5-7 Quinella is $85.80. The 5-7 Exacta, a whopping $257 even. Trifecta 5-7-3, $543 even. And the Superfecta 5-7, 3-6, $639.60 on the $1 ticket. Game number 5 is up next, completing the pick 3, spectacular 7 scoring. In game number 5, it is a singles match, and post time will now be in 6 minutes. Okay, we're back. Dave and Benny.
Had the wrong microphone there. Big Dave and Benny here, back for In Between Games. Just people might wonder, if the people can put up with it out in the audience, and we finally were able to construct a plan so that we're talking to our friends on the internet, and people don't want to hear a bunch of chit-chat out there in the audience. Well, they might, but
it sounds muffled. We have bad speakers out there, at least for that.
Well, it's better than it used to be, but I tell you what,
But for the record, because a lot of people have complimented Magic City because they've been doing it since the beginning of time. But for the record, we tried it in 2016. It's just the old setup that we had, it wasn't feasible to do. So we put it on the shelf until now that we have the upgraded equipment that gives us the capability. So we tried it first.
Well, let's answer a couple of questions from the board, and they all kind of had to do with money and financing the games. People had some very interesting questions. First of all, Steve reported that the Pick 3 pool was well over $1,800, the biggest one of the season.
Wow,
so that's
nice.
got to be gratifying.
That's nice to know. I'm sure he hit it too, by the on top of it.
Well, it's not over yet, but he's has some big plans for that money, I think.
So some of the questions that we have, there was one that was kind of interesting, and I don't really know the answer to it. Is it legal for us to get crowdfunding for prize money for these tournaments? And I would say, listen, it's no different than doing a sponsorship. Like I mentioned earlier in the season, we went out and we talked to a couple of the local people around here and some of the bigger companies that do some sponsorships in other sports, and it all revolved around who's watching us and how many people are watching us. But there isn't anything that prohibits us from supplementing our prize money through a donation or things like that. I don't think, anyways.
Well, let me just say that it's not unprecedented in other sports. The Green Bay Packers are actually owned by their fans because they sell stock, and people really feel they have a hand in it.
Right. And that's a smart thing to do, because now and there's been a lot of discussion, obviously you know about it over the years, where people have said let's pool money together and let's build a Frondon and let's run the business and let's do that, owned by the fans. And I think that's a great idea. I don't think it's ever going to happen, but I think it would be a great idea if that was it, because then now you're not only a fan, but you're fully invested in the operations as well. So, another question here. And Rock and Ray asked about an ad in the program, and to add to the conversation of sponsorships and things like that. Pelota Press and Jeff Conway, they took out a nice ad. I don't know the pricing, how much he paid for it. You can get that information from one of our marketing team that actually takes care of that. And if anybody's interested, you could always send an email to info@daniacasino.com, and that will get it to the right person to answer that question for you.
Well, remember many years ago, and a lot of people are program collectors from the 40s, 50s, 60s, there were ads in the program for local restaurants and that sort of thing, and there was probably different pricing for different types of businesses. And I also, at my time at Miami Highlight, I sold that Budweiser sign up near the back wall. Underneath next to the press box.
Right.
Later on, it became Coors, and then the different companies like that. So that was a nice. I'm guessing about $5,000 for that sign for the year.
And if the idea of crowdfunding doesn't work, I mean, the way they have everything set up is that the money that is spent on these ads or on these sponsorships, it goes towards the highlight operations. So whatever was paid for the ad in the program for Pelota Press, that would go into a bucket to support the highlight operations. Another question that we had was, who surprised you the most? And we've talked about this a couple times throughout this season. And in the beginning, I was, the obvious guys that came out and started off real strong and got used to highlight, Canela style highlight fairly quickly. But again, there's other guys that now reaching the tail end of the tournament. We have guys that are stepping up and playing well. That it leads me to believe that it took them a little bit of time to get used to the court and get used to the Canela style. Guys like Dania, Urrutia, that's now going into the final. Lalu, he still hasn't really statistically, he hasn't really made a big push, but he's playing well, So I kind of look at it differently. I'm not betting, obviously. I don't hold players really accountable in the sense of like you're fired because your stats aren't good. I look at all of this as how are they playing, how well can they play in the future, and give them time to build on their strengths.
Okay, we'll talk a little bit more about that. I got an interesting question that I kind of posed to Benny before we went on the air as to talking about guys getting used to the court and used to getting the solid play. They also had to get used to the cultural differences here in the United States. So I want to touch on that a little bit later in the show, too. Let's head on, though, because we're at Game 5, about the halfway point of this performance. And we will roll with singles here and complete that pick 3. This is Game 5. It is a spectacular 7 singles match, played to 7 points. Completing the pick 3. Serving and wearing the red shirt at post 1 is Lalu, receiving in blue post 2, Zulaika. Gets too much to the sidewall with that one. It sails off the court onto the wood. First point will go to Zulaika in post 2. White, post 3. Vicente. Zulaika with a strong forehand. A little too hard, hits the back wall on the fly. However, the rebote hits the wood, point 2. Urbieta wears green, post 4. Nice throw by Zulaika, scores, point 2. Three straight for Zulaika. In post number 2, he'll serve to Leduc in the black shirt at post 5. Service winner, point 2. Here's Arietta in the gold shirt at post 6.
2-all by Zuleika. Point to the 2. Two with another. That is 6 straight now for Zuleika out of post 2. For the perfect game, he has to meet them all and beat them all. He'll do it here if he can against Ledouche. Make that Laborde in the purple post 8. And that spins out of the cesta. It's point up post 8. Eight serving to 1. Lalu. Points are double. First to 7 will win it. Chick Chack not coming back. Point to the 8. Eight serving to 3. Vicente. That ball explodes off the back wall. Score for the 8. Five points, possible game point. Looking for the perfect game is Laborde. In purple, post 8. He'll serve now to post 4. Urbieta. That lands on the wood. It is point to the 4. Backpedaling is Urbieta. Point 4. 4 serving to post 6. Arieta. Point 4. 6 points for Urbieta now. Post 4, possible game point. He'll serve to the 7, Arta. Excellent rebote. Arta will save it. Arta digs out another rebote. Backhand catch this time by Arta. He'll try to lift it for the Chula. Falls short of the back wall. It comes way back out. Point of game. Post 4, Bieta. 2 is second. And post 8 will finish third. Winning game number 5, post 4, Bieta finishing second to 2, Zulaika. Coming in third, post 8, Laborde. Quinella 2-4, Exacta 4-2, and the trifecta 4-2 and 8. Price is coming up shortly here for game number 5. And your price is now posted. 2 for Quinella, $26. 4-2 Exacta, $98.80. 4-2-8 trifecta, $521.40. To pick 3 numbers, 154, 3 of 3, $400 on the nose. Game number 6 is up next. It is a doubles match. It starts the late pick 3 this afternoon. Spectacular 7 scoring in game number 6, and post time now will be in 6 minutes.
And back in between games here for a little discussion. Benny, you have lots of ideas on how to improve things constantly, but your focus right now is kind of on your big Partito night coming up this Friday.
Yeah, you know, and I did, like I mentioned to you a little earlier, I wanted to touch a little bit on next week, and it's the closing week of the tournament. A lot of stuff. I'll be running around busy, but for the most part, Wednesday will just be a regular Quinella day, and you know, we'll play our 9 games Wednesday night, 7 p.m. And then Thursday will be the Quinella games with the Partito for 3rd and 4th place, which would be Zulaika and Atine II against Leduc and it would be Zulaika and Mansi against Leduc and Atine II. And And then on Friday night, we're going to do a little fan appreciation. We're going to coordinate everything and finalize everything on Wednesday. So on Thursday, when I come on with Dave Lamont, we'll talk a little bit about the going-ons on Friday. But Friday night's going to be, in all essence, the closing night. But even though we play Saturday and Sunday, we have a lot of people that are going to be coming out to kind of show their appreciation to the players and the play and everything that they've done for the last 8 weeks. And we're also going to do some raffles. We're going to give away some signed memorabilia, some highlight balls, some old school jerseys signed by all the players, and also a couple of brand new jerseys of the new jerseys that they're currently wearing now, signed by the players. So, in addition to that, we'll have some other little trinkets in the gift bags that we raffle and give away. So, we're also going to give a full roster picture for everybody to take as a memory of these players that are playing here this tournament. It's a nice size colored poster of the whole roster. And maybe if there's some luck, you guys will be able to get them signed, because we're also working with the state to see if the players could sit in the audience for the final match on Friday night, Game 10. For obvious reasons, there's some concerns with the state and with the management because of the gambling, but we're working through those things. So with a little luck, the players will be out in the audience for Game 10 on Friday night, and we're giving away the full-color roster photos, and maybe you could bring a Sharpie and get a couple of players to sign that for you.
Well, one of the things along that line that just popped into my mind was how we have a different auditorium this year after a couple of years of COVID. They built that wall. The players were actually out there, had a lot of room to move around.
Yes.
Now they're back in the locker room. Wonder what kind of changes that brings on for you, especially with a bunch of new guys that didn't really know each other too well, probably.
Well, the changes really came during COVID because many may not know, but yeah, what we did was we took about a third of the auditorium or the audience section, and we built a wall that separated the third that the players were using and the 2/3 that the audience was using, and we built a wall there, and we took out all but about 20 seats, and they were separated 6 feet apart. And we were just trying to take measures so nobody would catch COVID. Nobody was allowed in the locker room. I mean, when I say that, I say it loosely. If you had to go to the bathroom, but they weren't showering here. They had to come with duffel bags. It was very difficult. It was a difficult couple of months because remember we closed and we came back in October, and then the season ended in December, and then we came back in January, and we continued it. And it was tough because when a player loses a point, now instead of just sitting on the bench, he's got to go to his station out in the audience. So that brought a lot of unhappy highlight players, but we got through that, and we took down the wall and put the seats back for the audience, which everybody was very, very happy and grateful for. And these players, they adapted well. Our locker room is pretty big, and it's got a lot of areas to sit in. We have a players' lounge with a couple of couches and some tables so they could eat if they need to. They have a fairly nice jacuzzi, nice in the sense that it's a big jacuzzi for maybe 8 people to sit in. And upstairs we have a nice gym that has a bicycle and treadmill and all the other stuff that they could take advantage of.
They weren't able to use that for a couple of years, or they're just part of that time?
Yeah, no. During the COVID time, they literally walked in the back door with their duffel bag, and we urged them to wear their white pants and shoes and just come in. And the shirts were the only thing that were hanging up inside, so we urged them to walk in the back door, grab the shirts you're going to need for the night, and go out into the audience and just stay there all night.
A little uncomfortable, too, to have to drive home in your car sweaty.
Yeah, I had to do that years ago for a little bit, and it's not. And when you have to do it for about 5 or 6 months, it really did kind of grow on them, but they didn't like it.
How about access for the area for the fans? A lot of people, I remember back in the old years, when we actually had groupies, so they would be sitting right by the cage in the front row. They couldn't do that.
Yeah.
People like to spread out, and not like we were packed in here like sardines or anything like that, but it's a different look to the place. There was a mutual window in the back, and now there's some sand machines, but a whole different look for the audience too.
Yeah, I think everybody's enjoying, the getting rid of that wall, number one, from the COVID days, and just everything else. And our auditorium is small, 480 seats, but it's super clean. They keep it very, very nicely kept. And, you know, again, we added some extra machines, some betting machines one down here by us and a couple in the back. So, you know, we're trying. Again, it's not a huge place like it used to be with 40 tellers, but for what we have, I think we're doing the best we can.
Okay, we're up on Game 6. We'll play that one and then be back with a little bit more after this game.
Game number 6 is a doubles match played with spectacular 7 scoring, and it starts the late pick 3. Serving and wearing red, post 1, Arieta and Arta. Receiving in blue, post 2, Iturbide and Portet. Stay hot off the serve by Iturbide, point 2. Wearing the white shirts, post 3, Gonaga and Bailo. It's into the cushion. Score for the 2. And that one spins out of the cesta. Score for the 2. Two now serving to the 5 team. They wear the black shirts. It is Lalu and Mancy. And that clips off the cesta of Lalu. Point 2. 2 serving to 6. They wear gold. It is Laduch and Mandiola. And 2 gets another. Two team with 5 straight now. And they serve the post 7, Echeverry and Urbieta. There's Robote to the inside. Alai Echeberry. And now he runs to the sidewall, makes a leapy catch. Remate by Echeberry is a winner. 7 takes the point. And 7 now serving to post 8. Wearing the purple shirts and completing round 1 will be Aaron Anatine. And a carom off the serve by Aaron. 8 takes the point. Scooping a short hop by Arrieta on the outside. Cortado will score, point 1. So the 1 team with 2 points, serving out of post 3. That is Goanaga and Bailo. Dehada, Barta moving in to get it. Goanaga. He'll send it deep, but too hard. Comes off the back wall. Arrieta plays the rebote inside, and the left side catch by Goanaga. It's off the cesta. 1-1. So 1 now serving to the 4, Zulaika and Oyenart. There's a Dehada by Zulaika. It's a winner. Point to the 2. Check that point to the 4. And 4 will serve to 5. Lalu and Mancy. That is off the cesta. Point to post 5. And that spins out of the cesta. 5 will get 2 more. 5 serving out of the returning 2 team. That is Iturbide and Portet back with the 5 points they earned the first time up. So they'll be receiving with a possible game point. Possible game point for post 2. Mancy makes the play. He'll lift the reverse. Comes off the back wall. Robote on the forehand this time by Iturbide. Again, the save by Iturbide. This time, it's Lalu moving in. And that's off the cesta. 5 will get a pair. 5 team with 6 now. Possible game point for them in post 5. Trying to stop them, Echeberry and Urbieta, post 7. That's out of play. Up on the side wall. Score for the 7. And that one, too, is off the scoreboard flags area above the court. That is out of play. And it's point to the 8. Eight serving to 3. That is Gonaga and Bilo. Point 8. Team with 5 points, possible game point for post 8. Set to receive post 1. Arieta and Arta. Arietta rebote down the side wall, and it scores. Point one. Possible game point for Arietta and Arta in post one. They'll serve to the four. Zuleika and Oyenart. Fall down rebote saved by Arietta. Now there's Portet moving in. Arietta, right side rebote this time. Zuleika will play a 2-wall. And that is a winner, point four. Team with 4 points, serving now to post six. LaDuche and Mandiola. Zuleika just able to get out of the way, but it is a winner. It's point six. And six will serve to the returning two, Iturbide, and Portet, possible game point for the receiving two team. That sails off the court. Six with a pair. Now the 5-team returns with 6 points. That's Lalu and Mancy. 6 serves to them. It's possible game point for the receiving 5-team. Diving rebote save. Excellent play by LaDuche. Here's the cortada. And it's off the cesta. It's point and game to post 5. One finishing second. Playoff now for show position. 8 serving to post 2. This will be show point. Forehand rebote, the inside of the court, scooped up on a backhand. And the 2-wall is off the cesta of a hard-running Iturbide. It is point and show to post 8. (5-1-8), the order finish here in game number 6. Winning game 6, post 5. Lalu and Mansi coming in second, post 1. Arietta and Arta coming in third, post 8. Aaron and Atine. The Quinella 1-5, $49.20. The 5-1 exacta, $76.80. 5-1-8 trifecta, $547.20.
Okay, back to our between game discussions. Big Dave Lemon, Benny Bueno. Benny, of course, how many years now as the players manager? I was going to say that, but I don't even know for sure.
November of 2010, so roughly just 12 years. Yeah,
12 and a half years. Do you think it would have ever made it to that?
You know, I don't know. We went through a lot of different changes in 2012-13. You know, we had a sale that was pending and eventually fell through. So that was I wouldn't say a difficult time, but it was a time where everybody knew there was a change. There was no casino at that time. It was just Alai and simulcasting and poker.
Although they could have built the casino before then, they just didn't choose to back in the old owners.
Correct. You know, Steve Schneider sold to Boyd in 2006, I believe it was, and then in 2007 or 8, they made the decision that they were not going to build here. They spent millions of dollars on demographic studies and a whole bunch of different things that led them to this. They even paid, it's like $2.5 million for a casino license. And they even purchased a casino license before they even started construction on building a casino. So I would say Boyd spent a lot of unnecessary money maybe for the time they were here. But then in 2012, we had the pending sale. Then that fell through, and Boyd kept the group's deposit of $5 million. So that group took them to court. And that was a very trying time because they wanted the building. So then the group was an investment group from Hallandale, Florida, and they lost their deposit. So they took it to court. And then Boyd was kind of shopping it around quietly and eventually found some people, Penn National and a couple of these big casino groups that were interested in looking at or buying the property, but they were in litigation. And the Hallandale group said, you know, you'll never sell this property unless you sell it to us. So just let's make a deal and give us back our deposit and play nice. And eventually that's what happened. A year later, they found the Argentine group with the financial backing to make the purchase happen, and it traded hands in May of 2013.
Well, for those of you who haven't been here for years, it's just a dramatic change in the area. All the big apartment buildings and hotels and things going up.
A lot of condos going up all over the place.
Used to be the sleepy little town with the antique shops on Main Street.
Yes, yeah, Jackson's and Antonio's and a couple of small places right here and there, but yeah, there's actually 3 major projects that are going on right on Dania Beach Boulevard, and yeah, it's hundreds of units going up, which are some of them are almost ready to go on the market, like maybe at the end of this year.
Plus Dania Point, a huge shopping center right on 95, basically right off 95.
That's another entertainment center that came out of nowhere and has, I mean, dozens of shops and restaurants and even a comedy club. And yeah, it's booming. It's booming. At Dania Beach, the city council and the mayor, they put a lot of effort into growing the community. So yeah.
Okay. You had a few things to say a little bit about Friday night, which is our final partido of this whole series, penultimate, the ultimate, I guess,
yes.
performance. Although there will be, of course, one the next day to close things out.
Yeah, like I was saying, I'm going to be running around. I'm going to be on court. We're going to do a presentation of each player after Game 5. That won't last too long. We're just going to call each player out and have them salute the crowd. And then we're going to have the partido, which will be Game 10. And I'm working on getting a special guest to join me for that partido. So he and I will sit here with these 2 microphones, and we'll solely be speaking to the broadcast audience on YouTube and the people in the chat. And that is none other than our veteran, I'm going to go ahead and call him a superstar, veteran superstar, Arietta. which he's been playing really well lately. And I'll just run down real quickly of his 2 months of the tournament. You know, he started off well. He'd been practicing here. We've been kind of hanging out together for the last couple of months before the season started, before the tournament started. And he was playing well, getting in shape. And, you know, everybody says, oh, but he's older. But, you know, he's very talented. He's got a good right side, good left side, nice carom, good costal, good rebote. He's kind of a complete player. But, yeah, he's a little older. But on top of that, the veteran presence in the locker room, trying to get the group together and keep everybody, you know, friendly. He's done a great job on that, and then the injury came. He felt a little sprain in his knee. I think it was his right knee. We have a new trainer here this year that kind of took a liking to Arrieta and kind of patched him up and got him back on the court. And during that time, he kind of adopted him as his favorite player. So I think that what's really happening with Arrieta, and he's had a phenomenal week. He's won almost every singles game that he played this week. Is basically that this trainer, in a joking way, just kind of motivates him to play well, and being a veteran myself, when I played in Fort Pierce, I could vouch for the fact that knowing that it's only 8 weeks, it helps you make it through. Because, you know, if this was a 10-month season, Arrieta probably would have stopped playing for 2 or 3 weeks to, you know, really get in shape for the longer haul. So.
Well, I've known him for a long time, and he's always been pleasant with me, and you know, really a lot of information, and very so knowledgeable about the game. Even once in a while, he'll salute me on the court and up here in the announcer's booth, and we've been friends for quite a while. He's an avid fisherman.
Yes, he actually has a charter fishing on Friday when he's up here. I'm going to tell him to go ahead and give himself a shameless plug to get some people to come down and go fishing.
And obviously, playing-wise, as a leader of the Players Union for a while, you know, he knows everything about the game from the inside, and he'll be a great guest for you.
Yeah, so that's the plan. We'll be chatting maybe the game before the partido a little bit, and then during the partido we'll focus on the partido. But maybe we'll get a few questions in and get his viewpoint on a lot of things high Alai on Friday night.
Well, I remember he always talked about his father and you know, how he was you know, important part of the sport, and I guess wasn't he a referee at one point?
I'm not sure about that, but I know he played in both Dania and in Milford for many years, so yes.
Okay, we got another game coming up. We'll talk a little bit more after this one. Just a couple games left here. This is my final time here. I want to thank you for including me in that. That was
always a pleasure to have you.
And always fun to keep my hand in it. So let's get back to highlight action here with game number 7. Game number 7 is a doubles match played with Spectacular 7 scoring. Spectacular 9 scoring, I should say. Spectacular 9, serving and wearing red in post 1. Benatrice and Mansi receiving in blue post 2, Laduch and Oyanar. Here's the 2-wall winner by Echeberry. By Benatrice, I should say, point to the 1. Here's the 3 team wearing the white shirts. It's Arrieta and Derbieta.
1-1. One now serving to post 4. Goenaga and a time. One of the one. Outside shot. It's off the court, point of the one. Four straight for the one team, serving out to post 6 in gold, Lalu and Dania. Point of one. 5 straight now for Benatrice and Mansi, post 1. They'll serve to the 7 team wearing the brown shirts. That's Uresti and Laborde. That is an overserve, point 7. And 7 will serve to 8 in purple, Zuleika and Portet. Point to post 8. And 8 serving now to the 2. That is Laduch and Doyenard. And that one gets by a hard running Portet on the outside of the court. Point to the 2. Point to post 8. Scoop on the backhand. Nice play there by Arrieta. Point three. And 3-7-4. Going out in the time. On the run, Urbieta's off his cesta. Point the four. Four serving to the 5. It's Etherby then Bilo. Remate by Iturbide. Point to post 5. And 5 will serve now to the 6 team, Lalu and Danel. Outside placement, but it hits the cushion. Point 5. Five now serving to the 1. That is Benatrice and Mancy. Point 1. 7 points, possible game point for the one team. Benatrice and Mansi, they'll serve to the 7. Uresti and Laborde. And that's an overserve. It's point and game. Check that. It's point to the 7. So 7 keeps the game alive and will serve to post 2. Laduch and Oyenart. Nice diving rebote save by Uresti. And that's into the cushion. 2 gets a pair. Zulaika grabs the serve, looks for the Chula. Comes low off the back wall, but the rebote dug out. Tipped in the backcourt. 8 with a pair. Eight with 5. They'll serve to post 3. Arietta and Urbieta. There's Zulaika with a forehand carom. Excellent shot, point 8. Possible game point, Zulaika and Portet post 8. They'll serve to the 4. Goanaga and a time. Strong forehand to the inside by Atine. And the ball shoots down off the back wall. Score for the 8 team, and it's his game point and pointing game to post 8. Post 1 finishing second to 5 will take third, and post 7 finishing fourth. Superfecta here in game number 7 is completed. 8-1, 5-7. Winning game number 7, post 8. Zuleika and Portet finishing second to 1 team. Benatrice and Mancy coming in third to 5. Ether B then Bilo finishing fourth, post 7. Uresti and Laborde. Quinella 1-8. Returning 27-40. 8-1 exact to 52-20. 8-1-5 trifecta to 201-20. And the Super 8-1-5-7, $434 even on the $1 ticket. Game number 8 is up next. 2 games left this afternoon. 8th game starts the late daily double. Spectacular 7 scoring in a doubles match. And post time now is in 6 minutes.
Back in between games here, Big Dave and Benny, and someone asks they want some information about my highlight career. I don't know why they would want that, but
because you're a legend, man. You're legendary. You're like the I was going to say Bob Uecker, but that's not. I'll say Harry Carey of Alai. You know, you had Phil Rizzuto, one of those guys that are now in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. You would be in the Alai Hall of Fame. That's why he
I
wants
appreciate
to know
that. That's nice of you to say. We've known each other, you and I, for I guess about 42 years, something like that.
Yeah, well, a very long time. I mean, yeah, since the beginning of time, we could say.
And for 2 of those years, we did a TV show every Sunday and had fun going back and forth, similar to what we're doing now, but on TV.
I mean, we could sit here for the rest of the day and mention all the things we've done together, and we still would run out of time.
No problem, for sure. Yeah, this was. I've always said this, that the 1 hour that we did on Sundays, I could make it 4 hours if we needed to.
Yeah.
You know, obviously that would get a little old. Anyway, I got into highlight when I was in high school. Went the first time when I was a senior in high school over on the west coast of Florida. Went to Tampa highlight, and just loved the game. And when I went to college at the University of Miami, I occasionally would go on a weekend night. Got to know Kevin Kaufman, who was the PR assistant then.
Yes, yeah.
Good friend of mine. And I was working at a sports radio station. Actually, it was a news talk station in Miami, WNWS. And I had worked with Dave Lamont there. Dave was doing the sports. Yeah. I was doing the producing of the talk shows, lined up guests, national guests. You know, people. I had Ralph Nader rode in my car one time, which was pretty cool. Anyway.
You're dating yourself, Dave.
Yeah, I really am dating myself there. Anyway, Dave left to go to Dania Alai and announced there. And about 6 months later, they lost the University of Miami contract, which I was involved with a football program then. Producing those games. So I was looking for something else, and my friend Kevin called me and said, hey, I need an announcer for next season. You want to come in? And I took over the announcer job over at Miami.
And what year was that?
That was in 1982, December of 82.
That was the year I debuted in Miami Highlight.
Exactly, and it was also Michelena's first day.
Yes.
We had his first day playing there was my first night announcing. So I spent quite a bit of time announcing for years there, full time. Slowly worked my way up to assistant public relations director. Eventually became the public relations director for a couple of years. Worked with Tom Contreras and Dan Licciardi and a lot of great people. And it was the best times of my life until the strike, which was kind of put a crimp in it a little bit. But I worked there many years, and eventually I got let go when they were cutting back, staff and decisions.
And what year was that?
I think it was 1993 maybe. So I was a PR guy. In fact, when the strike went on, I did better because I got more responsibility, and we did a lot of things in PR back then to try to save the sport, which we were, of course, long-term unable to do. But I went there, and then my friend Kevin called me one day. I left Alai and did a couple other things, worked at a golf course, and ended up going up to Boston for 2 years, which was a fun experience.
That. Yes,
yeah, Kevin worked for a tire company at that time and asked me if I wanted to come up and do sales up there. So I spent 20 months up there in Boston, and it was the worst winter. When I got up there, the worst winter they'd had.
I was
in
just
like
about
20
to
years.
ask you, how was the weather?
It was horrible. They had like over 90 inches of snow, I think, for the year. So ended up leaving there. Didn't really, the sales job did not really work out that well, and I came back down here. Ended up getting a job at Tampa Alai as an announcer. So I've been involved in many different places, and eventually one day around the year 1999 or 2000, Dan Licciardi from Miami called me and said, "Hey, what are you doing? You interested in a job?" And I came down and worked PR again with Lou Matiso, who you know very well.
Yes, and Pablo Pelota.
Pablo Pelota was one of our creations back
Yes.
then, so for good or bad, I don't know which.
No,
but
that's great.
I'm the guy with, if a cat has 9 lives, I think I got about 6.
Yeah.
So I keep heading back to Highlight because I can't get it out of my blood for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that you I mean, honestly, I could remember most of the times that you left and came back. I mean, it was a couple of times.
Not only announcing, but doing some PR work and some promotions and that sort of thing. Just love the game, and have always loved the game. So eventually, I left Miami again to do some other things, and keep coming back. So, you asked me to come up here and do some announcing a few years ago. I announced at Miami again for a couple of years on a part-time basis. And I've worked at almost every fronton, not every fronton, but many of them, doing announcing and that sort of thing on a regular basis. And I love it. So now I'm back at Miami again.
Yes.
I got called to come down and work as a Players Club supervisor for the casino.
And do you often walk through the auditorium and just stare at the court?
Funny you mention that. I do look at it, but they've been doing a lot of fixing of the lights there. They have some future plans, and we don't know what's going to happen. But on Saturday, they had a Don King boxing card there, and
we spoke about that.
So
yeah.
they put a lot of time into creating the seats, and they've done some improvements there. And there's some future. People always ask me at the Players Club, is there going to be Highlight again? And I said, sorry to say, not really in the plans at this point, but Dan won't rule it out as far as some exhibitions or maybe some kind of tournament here and there. But they're making a few changes. There's always rumors going around that maybe they'll bring in Cirque du Soleil in the auditorium.
Right.
The owner, Phil Ruffin, has some Vegas ties, obviously. And there's talk about in a few weeks they're having some kind of a river dance run on the stage there. So
they have some plans for the auditorium, but not just Highlight.
Just not Highlight for sure at this point. But you never know.
Yeah. You're there,
that's my comment to customers that say, "Oh, I never win a jackpot." And I said, "Never say never."
All right, well, let's get Game 8 started. I'm going to be here for the last segment between Games 8 and 9, and then I got to go close up shop. But we'll continue. I'll get to some of the questions. There's really just more chatter than questions at the moment. But I do want to get to one that was asked a little earlier about signal expansion and why we don't send our signal to other places.
Game number 8. It is a doubles match. Spectacular 7 scoring, starting the late daily doubles. Serving and wearing red in post 1, Laduch and Danel. Receiving in blue post 2, Uresti and Arta. Point the one. One serving now to post 3 in the white shirts, Lalu and Portet. The big bounce winner gets by. Portet on the inside, point of the one. Post 4 in the green shirts, Arietta and Manti. Day hot to the inside, it's point to the 4. Four 75, wearing the black shirts, going Aga and Urbieta. Point 4. Four serving to post 6. It is Benatrice and Laborde. Point to 6. And 6 will serve to 7 in Brown, Zulike and a time. Spins out of the cesta, and 6 will get the point. Remate off the serve by Iturbide. 28. Point two. Point three. So post three will serve to post one. That is Laduch and Dania. Point to one. Here's the carom on the outside. It is Laduch making the play, but that will spin out of the cesta of Goenaga, and it's point to the one. 16, or the one team, I should say, now with possible game point with 6 points, still serve to the 4, Arietta and Mansi. Making a nice catch on the outside is Leduc. Now moving in is Mansi to make the play. He plays the reverse, stays in play. Leduc, left side, Robote. Bote inside. And that gets by. It's punting game, post 1. Robote made, but it's wide of the front wall. Point of the 2. Now 3 serving the 4. The winner meets the 2 for place and show. That is off the court, point 3. Now, this is place and show, point 2, serving to 3, place and show. It's into the overhead screen. It is point in place to the 3. 2 will take the show. One, 3, 2, your order finish here in the 8th. Winning game number 8, post 1. Ladouche and Danel finishing second to 3. Lalou and Portet coming in third, post 2. Uresti and Arta. The Quinella 1-3. Returning $46. 1-3 exacta 75-20. 1-3-2 trifecta 333 even. And the pick 3 numbers 5, 8, and 1. $1,315.40. Game number 9 is up next. Final game of the afternoon. Singles match, Spectacular 9 scoring. And game number 9, post time, is now just 6 minutes away.
Just one game left this afternoon, so this is our final discussion here in between games here at the casino at Dania Beach. Benny Bueno with me, the players manager here at Dania Beach Alai. And, you know, you're finishing up a long season, and, you know, there's all kinds of questions about the future. We talked a little bit about it earlier.
Yes.
What are the firm plans right now for going forward with more Alai?
Well, you know, we're committed to the dates of December and January. That is a 100% commitment. And we're looking at the possibility of doing something before and or doing something after. If I had to guess, if I was a gambling man, which I'm not, but if I had $2 to bet, I would bet that we are going to make an effort to add February. That's what I would assume would happen. We're also talking, and it's very premature, the conversations, but we're also talking about doing a tournament in November with an entity from Europe that wants to do the tournament here, or a leg of their tournament here for broadcast in Europe. So that's a possibility. That might surprise people if it does happen, because from our preliminary conversations, it's going to be probably the best players in the world. Without naming anybody, you can make your assumptions of who that might be. And so we're going to continue to talk about that in the next couple of months, and hopefully finalize that if it happens. I'm very excited about the first conversations that we had, and I'm hoping that it comes to be, because it sounded to me like something that would really benefit everybody, Dania, the other entity, the players, and definitely, without a doubt, the fans.
Well, the competition out there is incredible down here in South Florida. You have all the casinos, and people like that instant win mentality where they know right away, did they win or did they lose? So Highlight's always fought an uphill battle of having games that last 15 or 20 minutes. Yeah. And, you know, that model, and you were looking at different models of the game to survive, couldn't sustain itself for a long period of time, and especially open all year round. That was obviously, in looking back, a big mistake. But in small doses, in special tournaments and different things, can make it work. And what would help would be to get it broadcast around the country more often. Vegas, yes, an obvious choice. People were asking about that in the chat.
Yes.
What can you tell us about efforts that have been made and stifled or maybe ongoing?
Well, you know, yes, in the question that was asked probably an hour ago, you know, a comment about, you know, why don't we send our signal to other places, to, you know, I can't remember so far back that I jotted it down. I just put signal expansion in my notes here. But, you know, there was obviously Alai in Las Vegas many years ago, and there's probably a very good reason why it's not there anymore. You know, the casino environment is a quickie fix, if you will, and Alai takes time. And people have told me, well, Alai's like a show, and they come in and they could watch it. But, you know, people that are there to bet or wager are not into waiting around 20 minutes to see, you know, the results of their bet. And I think, and again, this is just my opinion based on absolutely no facts at all, is that maybe the casino owners, you know, every 20, 40, 60 minutes that a customer is sitting there watching a highlight game, that's 20, 40, 60 minutes that they're not playing in the slot machines. So, again, it's a mentality that has been, you know, suspected for years, maybe even here in Florida when casinos came in. But, you know, there's a reason that there's no highlight in Nevada anymore. And it is legal to bet there. As a matter of fact, going back as few as maybe 6 or 7 years, we offered our signal to, you know, the sports books over there to bet pair mutual highlight, and nobody wanted to take the signal. So it leads me to believe that it's just not wanted there. It just doesn't fit in there. And the other places that were mentioned, those are sports betting. Those are not pari-mutuel betting. It's only legal to bet Alai in Florida, Connecticut, and Nevada. I don't even know about Rhode Island anymore. I think they made it illegal to bet there. But the point is that, yes, the other states that are now picking up sports betting and that Magic City is sending their signal to, that's in a lot of people's opinion, kind of like a pilot program to see if it works and see if eventually it will make financial sense to send your signal to these places or to have sports betting on your product.
Well, there's been lots of big plans along the way. When they were building the casino here, instead of this big red wall, they wanted to make that all glass and have a place where people could be playing the machines and watch the highlight at the same time. It didn't quite work out. There's always been plans down in Miami to try to put the machines in a particular fashion where people could see the highlight and turn them onto it. But let's face it, it takes a long time to develop a highlight fan.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. The big red wall came down to a financial, decision of the budget. The wall was like $2 million to build, and this wall that's here now was like $250,000. So everybody could make their assumptions of why there's not a glass wall there. I'll end on this because I'm going to run downstairs and close up now. But someone here, Mo Crank, says something about Keno every 4 minutes. It's like a lottery, and it's fun. Yeah, I've offered many times to have our cocktail waitress walk around the casino and just ask people if they want to bet highlight. And if you say, I don't know how to bet, just give me 3 numbers and $6, and I'll make the bet for you. That's something that we're talking about. Maybe next year it'll be a possibility to do something like that. Guys, thanks for everything. Big Dave, it's been a
fun.
pleasure.
Been
Thank
fun.
you for coming in. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everybody in the chat room and everybody on YouTube. I'm going to run downstairs and close things up. Thanks for the support. We'll see you next week, Wednesday, and on Thursday night I'll be in the booth with Dave Lamont. Thanks again.
This is game number 9, final game of the afternoon. Spectacular 9 scoring. Serving and wearing red. In post 1, Zuleika. Receiving in blue, post 2 by Low. Well, what? Wearing white in post 3. That is Benetrice. Good try by Benetrice, but he can't get there. It's point of the 1. Wearing the green shirt, post 4, LaDuche. Now moving in to get it in the front court is LaDuche, and he'll win the point. Point 4. 475 in the black shirt, Audietta. Point 5. Five serving to post 6. That is Arta. Here's Arietta on the outside. Point 5. Five, 7 to 7 in Brown, Oyenard. Arietta plays it back to the inside, looking for the high bounce, and he'll get it, but pulled down there by Portet. Check that Oyenard, and he'll take this one on the reverse. Moving back to get it, Oyenard, he'll run it down. Long day, how to fall short into the pad, point 7. 7 now, 7-8 in the purple shirt, completing round 1 is Mancy. Point 8. Eight now serving to post 2, Bilo. Here's Bilo, forehand, deep to the back corner. Dug out there by Mancy. This time it's hammered off the back wall. Now Bilo moves over and cannot make the play on the side wall. It's point to the 8. 8 serving to 3. That is Benetrice. Chula. 1-8. Possible game point. Check that. Takes 9 to win this game, so 8 now serves to post 1 with 5. This one shoots off the back wall. Mancy plays it to the inside of the court. Nice play there by Zulaika. Wall to wall with a forehand. Inside placement. Beautiful catch. Running it down is Zulaika at the sidewall. This time it's a scoop on the backhand. Mancy with a rebote save. Now Zulaika's turned things around. He's in control. This chick-jack is not coming back. Point of the wand. So the wand with 4 points. Serving out of post 4, LaDouche. That bounces once on the court and then into the pad at the back wall. So scored for the 4. And 4 will serve to post 6, Arta. Short out pickup by Arta. Into the back corner and a leaping grab there. Beautiful play by LaDouche. 2-ball on the rebote will score. Point of the 6. Six serving, 2 post 5, Arietta. Six serving out of post 5, Arietta. And that one's out of the cesta. Point 6. Six serving to 7, Oyenart. That one gets by Art on the outside of the court. Point to the 7. And 7 will serve to 2, Bilo. Rebote by Oyenart, 2 high into the cushion. Score for the 2. 2 now serving to post 3, Benatrice. Bilo sets up, goes 2 walls with a unique right side rebote. Strong throw to the inside, big bounce, but Bilo's there. That's too low in the cushion. Score it for the 2. 2 serving now to post 8 Mancy. He's back with 5. Don't forget it takes 9 to win this game. Looking for the high bounce to the inside. Moving in is Mancy, but he cannot hang on when he gets there. It's point to the 2. Two with 6. Serving now to post 1 with 4. That's Zulaika. Bote save. Now moving in to get it. Zulaika. And he'll drill the forehand Carom. Benoit. So post 1 now with 6. He'll serve to post 4. Ladouche. Nice save by Zulaika to keep the point alive. Now Ladouche forehand inside the 7 line. He'll throw Dehada. Moving up to get it is Zulaika, and he'll take advantage of the open Carom and score point 1. Possible game point, post 1. Serving now to Arietta in post 5. Excellent grab by Arietta. Carom by Arietta scores its point to the 5. So now 5 will serve to 6. Arta. That one gets by Arta, center of the court, point of the 5. Five now serving to post 7, Oyenart. Comes way back out. Arietta there. He'll go inside with that Robote to score. Point 5. Eight points down. Possible game point for post 5 Arietta. Serving to post 3 Benatrice. Excellent catch by Benatrice, and he'll go inside to score, point 3. So now 3 will serve to post 8. Mancy, he's back with 5 points. Two all on a rebote. Mancy with a strong forehand and turning around to try to take it right side at the last second. Was Benatrice, could not hang on though, and it's point to post 8. Possible game point for Mancy, post 8. Serving now to post 2, Bilo. Mancy, fall down rebote, save. Bilo has it forehand. Chick-chack, tremendous save there by Mancy, but it will fall just short. It's point to the 2. And post 2 Bilo now with 8 points. Possible game point for him. He'll serve to post 4, LaDouche. That one gets by Bilo inside. Nice throw there by LaDouche, and it's point to the 4. So that will bring back Zulaika, post 1. He has a possible game point, and he'll receive here 4 serving to 1. Possible 4, post 1. Long Dehada by Zulaika. And it drops in for a winner. It is point and game, post 1. Place and show point now. As 5 serves to 2, the winner places, the loser will show. Post 8 will automatically take 4th. Outside placement with a forehand rebote. Arietta drives to the back corner. Great save by Bilo. Now Arietta, 6 line. This time it hits the back wall on the fly, and Bilo will save it. At the sidewall, climbing and catching is Arietta. Comes low off the back wall. This time it will score. Point in place to the 5, and 2 will take the show. So excellent effort on the final point of the night. Here in game number 9, 1, 5, 2, and 8 is your order finish. Winning game number 9, the 1. Zulaika finishing 2nd, post 5, Arietta coming in 3rd, post 2, Bilo finishing 4th, post 8, Mancy. Quinella 1-5, $13. 1-5 exact to $27.80. 152 trifecta, $105.80. And the Superfecta 1, 5, 2, and 8, $266.80. The late daily double is a pair of ones, returning $35.80. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen. That'll conclude a Sunday afternoon of action here at the casino at Dania Beach. Final week of the season upcoming, including partidos on Thursday and Friday night. The conclusion of the Dania Invitational, Dania Beach Invitational, with partidos. The championship match will be on Friday night in the 10th game. We do hope you've enjoyed the action today. We are dark tomorrow and Tuesday, but we'll be back with an evening performance on Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Enjoy yourself in the casino this afternoon. On the other side of the red wall, the machine's rolling. We also have NFL football being shown up on the second floor and on the big screen downstairs as well. You can catch that game. Also, we have poker going on upstairs, and of course simulcasting on horse racing and dog racing and others. Still plenty of fun to be had here at the casino at Dania Beach. Thanks for being here inside the Alai fronton this afternoon. We'll look forward to seeing you all next week, including tomorrow's, make that 1 week from today, the closing performance, which is on Sunday, the 29th. That is our final performance of this 2-month season. Thanks for being here. We'll catch you next week. I'm Big Dave Lemon saying bye-bye from Alai.